Class 2 percentage doe kids 3 to 6 months, would you please be making your way to the makeup ring? Class 2 percentage doe kids 3 to 6 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 2 percentage doe kids 3 to 6 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 3 percentage doe kids 6 to 9 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure and extremely humbling to be able to come back out to the North American and evaluate the Boar Goat show. And I think to start this afternoon off, the gentleman there with the single entry's got one that's smooth in her outline. She's open up in terms of chest to width and carries that width all the way back in terms of hock to hock. Again, let's give this young man a round of applause for starting off the afternoon show very nicely.
Congratulations to Parker Cowan with his first place doe, CHIL. Class 4, percentage doe kids 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 4, percentage doe kids 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Remington York and Nicholas Domingo, we need your Class 4 entries in the makeup ring immediately. Remington York and Nicholas Domingo, we need your Class 4 entries in the makeup ring immediately.
Well, certainly our biggest class that we've looked at so far, and there's certainly some differences in type and kind in here. But the young lady's red-tailed doe is one that, in terms of length to side and length from flank to flank, I think exudes everything else in the class. You study her in terms of boldness, how she's put together in terms of chest to width. She migrates so much body capacity, and she's incredibly big in terms of rib cage dimension and stoutness. One that's up-headed and high. She's smooth. She's level-topped. One that certainly, I think, puts together a lot of good. And then when you go to handling those top 6 or so, she meets the hand the hardest, and I think she's naturally got the most amount of shape and naturally the most amount of muscle in the upper portion of that rack. The gentleman's white belted doe there in second is a treat to look at. Super exotic in terms of neck extension, very good in terms of feet and legs. I think when you analyze that one, if we could pull her apart, make her a little bit longer bodied, she could probably rival our class winner and rewrite what we do here this afternoon. But one, I think, is just impeccable in terms of look and design, and just gives you a lot to get excited about. The gentleman's doe there in third, one that, again, is good in terms of look and design. One that breeds a lot of breed character to the table. But when you study her, she gets a little bit softer and a little bit easier behind her shoulder blades. If we can elevate her in her spine the way she ties into the top side of that scapula, I think we could probably move her up just a hair. But one, when she gets parked out there and she's out here for more length of time, she wants to deviate ever so slightly behind that shoulder blade. The black doe, that one's that's really cool to look at, and I was a big fan of that doe. And you get her out here, one that's good looking. She's square off the edges. She's sound enough in terms of feet and legs. But you get her out here and start to really analyze and compare that one, she maybe just runs out of fuel. If we could see that one be bigger, a little bit taller, a little bit heavier in terms of overall power, that one could be deadly, guys. That one is really good. I think we just got to see more of her to be able to change what we did on the top end. The gentleman's doe there with a spot hawk is one that's incredibly soft and broody and maternal looking, one that brings enough extension to the table. When you start to compare her to her contemporaries above her, she gets just a nickel more plainer here today. But that's one in terms of center body, in terms of bulk, certainly you got to appreciate. Let's give all these exhibitors a very well-deserved round of applause, please.
Congratulations to your Class 3 first place, Amber Schroeder. Second place went to Tanner Danke. Third place to Colton Danke. Fourth place to Kellen Knott. Fifth place to Braxton Kimmel. Sixth place to Macy Elliott. Seventh place to Jordan Jelinke. Eighth place to Grace Ellis. Ninth place to Holly Narr. And 10th place to Eli Arthur. Now entering the ring is Class 4 percentage does, 9 to 12 months. Can we have those first and second places out of Class 1, 2, and 3 please make your way back to the makeup ring for Junior Division Champion and Reserve Champion? We need the first and second places out of Classes 1, 2, and 3 to make your way back to the makeup ring for Junior Division Champion and Reserve Champion.
Well, I think an extremely good class, especially when you start to evaluate this top trio. The gentleman's red fronted doe is one that I think is just the all-encompassing type female. You study her in terms of boldness of design, her profile look. You study her from a front and back view. You know, that's one that just continues to impress you. She's smooth in the way she's constructed. She's equipped with a lot of natural depth of body, spring of rib, and she carries it back to a really stout rear hind leg that carries a lot of meat and muscle on the outer and just as much on the inner portion as well. I think one that just, as I said earlier, an extremely well-rounded female that checks a lot of the boxes for me in my mind. The young man spot back doe is one that I think is a close runner-up for me in my mind when you keep the priorities of in terms of structure and fundamentals. You know, that's one that's good and sound enough at the ground. She's one that's deep-sided. She's one that progressively gets deeper as you study her from her last rib back to that rear flank. You know, if we wanted to critique her and change her just a notch better, I would like to change her in the way that spine ties in behind that shoulder blade. If we could elevate her just a hair, I think it would only benefit that one in terms of ring appeal and in terms of profile look when you look at that one. The young lady's doe there in third is one that's extremely cool in the way she's put together, one that's a bit more moderate in terms of type and kind, and one that in this age I would just like to see a bit more of her in terms of scale and size, you know, but one that comes to you with an immense amount of power, tons of natural rib shape and stoutness of feature. Like I said, if we can make that one bigger and give me more of her, I think that one likely could go ahead and run up there and disrupt what we just did. The one that comes next and fourth is one, again, extremely attractive from the side. You love her in terms of head shape, in terms of stoutness, that lower jaw. She's smooth in the way she's put together. Where I'd like to change her is I want to fill her out in terms of her center body. When you compare her to the free females that finished ahead of her, she wants to get, I'm not going to say slab-sided, but she certainly could be fuller in terms of spring and rib, where she starts her forerib and give that one more natural expanse as she migrates back to that rear hock and stifle. The gentleman's bald-faced doe that comes in next, much like the female that finished ahead of her in terms of length and side, in terms of stoutness of feature, but one there again, if we could change her in terms of natural center body expansion to compare her higher to the females that stood above her. Well, the red doe is one that maybe does have that center body. It's certainly good in terms of breed character, but where I want to change that one is you set that one in motion off her back two legs. You set that one to walk away from you, and she wants to get entirely too close for me in terms of her rear hocks. The one that comes in and follows that one is one that's just a bit more plainer in terms of type and kind, maybe just a hair shorter in terms of neck extension, but one you certainly can't falter and deny her for how much natural body shape and how much rib capacity that one has. Let's give all these exhibitors an extremely deserving round of applause, please.
Congratulations to your Class 4 first place, Eli Merrill. Second place, Eli Merrill. Third place, Piper Fisher. Fourth place, Bailey Brumfield. Fifth place, Nicholas Domingo. Sixth place, Walker Short. Seventh place, Natalie Skoll. Eighth place, Bailey Brown. Ninth place, Remington York. And 10th place, Ava Dagger. Now entering the ring is your junior division.
Well, as we find ourselves in our first division drive of the afternoon here in our full-blood show, or excuse me, percentage show, I think there's an excellent drive out here representing from our 0 to 3 all the way back to our 9 to 12. And I think there's a pair of females in terms of phenotype. When you study them, they're very comparable. There may be some slight differences between the two, but I think when you look at one in terms of the most well-rounded, the one that has the fewest amount of things that I'd like to modify and change, and I think the gentleman's 9 to 12 is going to be your easy division division winner for me. We're going to follow her up with one, as I said earlier, I think follows her very closely in terms of type and kind. One that maybe isn't as good in terms of top line and the way she handles that spine, but the young lady's red-tailed doe in 6 to 9 is going to be a reserve division winner. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your junior division champion, Eli Merrill, and your junior division reserve champion, Amber Schroeder. We are now ready for Class 7 percentage yearling does, 12 to 16 months. Bailey Brumfield and Eli Merle, we need your Class 7 entries. Bailey Brumfield and Eli Merle, we need your Class 7 entries. Class 8 percentage yearling does, 16 to 20 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 8 percentage yearling does, 16 to 20 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring. Matthew Westfall, please be making your way to the makeup ring with your Class 8 entry. Matthew Westfall, please be making your way to the makeup ring with your Class 8 entry.
Well, I think an excellent class. I think when you start to analyze and critique these top four and specifically these top two, you find yourself looking at one that, as your class winner, one that in terms of structure, in terms of fundamentals, I think is one of the most sound or the more sound of the ones out here in terms of feet and legs of what she's equipped with. And I'll be the first to stand here and tell you, yeah, I'd like to see her a little bit longer neck for me. I love the depth of body. I love the spring rib. You know, if we could attach a little bit longer neck and just a hair more femininity and look to that one on her front 1/3, I think that one would be absolutely killer. But when you look at her in terms of feet and legs and structure and fundamentals, to me, I believe that's the most sound one in the way she works and navigates her way around the arena. The one there in second, the red doe, is just she looks better than Money in the Bank. You know, that one is extremely good in terms of that front 1/3, about her head shape, the curvature about her horn, the depth of that jaw, the curvature on top of her nose. Any way you want to look at that one, I think she really exudes a lot of breed character. Where I draw concern with her is when you study her from her knee to her pastern. She wants to give you just a bit more set than what I'm comfortable with. If we could modify that one thing about her and, to me, make her a bit more sound from her knee south, that one probably is going to change what we do here this afternoon. But today, when you analyze her, for me, nonetheless, I think she needs to be a bit better in terms of the way that front leg is designed. The white doe is one, again, extremely eye-appealing and attractive, one that's lawn-bodied, one that gets, when you study her, she's maybe not as naturally thick in terms of skeletal dimensions. She's the smallest in terms of circumference about her forearm expression when you study her, the female that stood ahead of her, but one is certainly, you can't deny the length of spine and amount of power that one has. I just would like to beef that one up just a hair more. The one that comes in next with the red back leg, one again, very good in terms of spring or rib design, very good in terms of breed character. I'd like to pull her apart from flank to flank. If we can make her just a hair longer body and maybe tuck in that sternum just a hair, tidy her up ever so slightly in the way that one's designed. But again, certainly a lot of good in that particular female. The pink doe is one much like the female that stood ahead of her, very deep-sided, but one that maybe gave up some neck extension, therefore gave up and lacked some femininity to the females that stood ahead of her. And we get down to a pair of females that round out the class, some that have some depth of body, but a pair for me that just get a hair steeper in terms from hooks to pins and maybe a little bit weaker behind their shoulder blades. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause, please.
Kristen Stockberger, be making your way to the show ring with your Class 8 entry. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Kristen Stockberger, be making your way to the show ring with your Class 8 entry. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Congratulations to your first place in Class 7, Bailey Brumfield. Second place to Piper Fisher. Third place to Amber Schroeder. Fourth place, Court McNair. Fifth place, Adeline Horn. Sixth place, Cannon Wilhoit. And seventh place, Michaela Melkor. Entering the ring now is Class 8 percentage yearling does, 16 to 20 months. Class 9 percentage yearling does 20 to 24 months. You should be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 9 percentage yearling does 20 to 24 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 9 percentage yearling does 20 to 24 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 9 percentage yearling does 20 to 24 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring.
Well, the young lady's traditional doe is one that I think rather handily wins this particular class. You study her in terms of starting at the tip of her nose, and that's one that just exudes an immense amount of breed character to her when you study her, and the depth of that lower jaw, the curvature of that horn, how wide that one is in terms of horn set. And you study that one farther south as she ties into the top of her shoulder blade, as she does so extremely well. She carries a lot of depth of body and a lot of look. You know, that's one that's starting to give you a little bit of a tease of a maternal look at this age, and that one I think is going to be just an exciting creature to look at as she continues to mature and get older. I think her better days are certainly in front of her, and that one's plenty good today still nonetheless. The one that comes in second, the spotted doe, is one that truthfully might even be just a little bit longer than my class winner in terms of length of spine, but one that maybe doesn't have quite as much natural depth of body, specifically in that rear flank. I'd like to carry her down just a bit farther south than what she does here today, but I think that's a tremendous pair of females nonetheless to find themselves in first and second. The gentleman's spotted doe is one that's immense in terms of circumference of foot and bone work, very good in terms of stoutness of feature, maybe gets a bit shorter sided than the two females that finished ahead of her. The traditional doe that comes in and rounds the class, one that's a bit more plainer in terms of type and kind. You study her about her muscle pattern and expression. She's a bit flatter and a bit more pedestrian when you look at her, and one that maybe there again gets a bit shorter in terms of flank to flank. Let's give these four exhibitors a big round of applause.
Ashley Poling, please be making your way to the show ring with your Class 9 entry. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Ashley Poling, please be making your way to the show ring with your Class 9 entry. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Congratulations to your Class 8 first place, Cameron Shelton. Second place to Avery Fisher. Third place to Christian Stockberger. And fourth place to Colby Wilson. Now entering the ring is Class 9, percentage yearling does, 20 to 24 months. Those first and second place class winners from classes 7 and 8, please be making your way to the makeup ring to show for yearling division. First and second place class winners from classes 7 and 8, please be making your way to the makeup ring immediately to show for the yearling division.
Well, I think most certainly a class with a lot of different shapes and sizes to this class, and probably a bit more challenging to try to pair these up if that's what you're into. But for me, I think you look at this one that wins the class, and there again, you've heard me talk about it in a previous class this afternoon. She's got the least amount of things to change for me in my mind. One that I think is a bit more ideal and appropriate in terms of body condition for this stage of the game. You know, that one still naturally has enough sprainer rib and dimension from her forerib and carries it back to a real wide, opened up and deep sided flank. One that's extremely good in terms of head shape and breed character. That's a real important thing for me. You're going to hear me talk about head shape through most of the afternoon and evening. That one is just extremely good with the fewest amount of things to modify about that one. The one in second is one that's one that's cut from a different mold, I think it's safe to say. One that's a bit more moderate, but one in terms of feet and leg design, and you watch that one travel, she's very sound off of both ends in terms of structure and the way that one can reach out and take a stride. One that if we can change her, I want to get her up off the ground. I want to pull her up off the ground. I want to pull her apart a little bit more in terms of length of side. But I think what also maybe is just a hair deceiving for her is she's got that hay belly on her, I guess, and she's a bit more blown out in terms of that center body. If we can draw that back just a hair, I think that's going to change the look that she gives us here this afternoon. But reading that one on terms of on fundamentals and structure, I think nonetheless you can see that regardless. The one that's all painted up there in third, extremely stout, burly kind of a female. You look at her. For me, I'd like to trim her up just a hair in terms of overall condition. You can see where she's wanting to protrude just a hair more about her sternum. If we can tuck that up just a little bit more and clean her up in the way she ties into that lower part of her chest floor. And I think for me, if we want to change her in one more place, I'd like to give her a bit more angulation and set to that rear leg just to satisfy me a bit better. The young lady's red fronted doe that comes in next is one that's very good in terms of eye appeal and extension, but you start to study her, she gets a bit shorter coupled, and I think you look at her in terms of how much expression that one has in terms of that rear leg, she gets a bit plainer as well, specifically around that stifle area. If we can power that one up and give us just a bit more expression, I think that'll do a lot of things for her. The one that comes in next is again, very good in terms of head shape and breed character, but where I want to change her is about her chest floor. I'd like to open her up just a hair, and when you study her about her knee south, she kind of wants to get a bit more toed out and angular. I'd like to open her up just a bit more in terms of natural width off her front end. The dark-headed traditional doe that follows her, again, she's another one. I'd maybe like to fix her in terms of feet and leg design, but one, you have to appreciate the neck extension, the center body she's got. I just want to change that one in terms of the feet and legs she's equipped with. Let's give these exhibitors a big round, please.
If you don't like bananas, I got another flavor.
Congratulations to your Class 9 first place, Olivia Rosemeyer. Second place, Katie McCauley. Third place, Victoria Gammons. Fourth place, Macy Elliott. Fifth place, Ashley Poling. Sixth place, Logan Holland. Seventh place, Bo Robertson. And eighth place, Leisha Kirchhoff. And ninth place, Colby Wilson. Entering the ring now are does showing for Yearling Division. Class 12, percentage 2-year-old does, 24 to 36 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 12, percentage 2-year-old does, 24 to 36 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Well, I think a yearling division drive with an immense amount of quality. You get out here and you analyze our 12 to 16 pair. We talked about the young lady's traditional doe is one that in terms of structural integrity, you know, she was the one that we found to be the more superior one in that particular class. We talked about how we certainly like to change her in terms of neck extension and give her shot more extension out of that front 1/3, and that would certainly just make that one even better for me in my mind. One that we found for second was the young lady's really eye-appealing, attractive red doe. We talked about her in terms of breed character, how well that one was put together, but we did talk about how we'd like to make one small modification in terms of her front leg design and structure. We get to our middle pair of females, and the traditionally colored one, she won that class rather handily for me in my mind, extremely well put together in terms of head shape and breed character, translates down to a big opened up center body, and stands very good in terms of feet and legs. The spotted doe across from her paired up with her rather well, maybe just a hair longer in terms of natural length of side. One that we talked about could be just a nickel deeper in that rear flank, but certainly I think that's just picking hairs between that top pair of females we had in that class. The young lady doe with our 20 to 24, I believe, coming from our class winner, was one that's extremely good in terms of depth of jaw in that lower jaw, one that carries a really wide chest floor. She's good in terms of center rib, one that is very opened up when you study her from stifle to stifle, and you study that one farther up in her hip structure, and she's just as wide from hooks to pins. The young ladies doe there in second, one that's a bit different in terms of phenotype in that class that we went with, but one that matched her in terms of structure, in terms of feet and legs, of maintaining a lot of structural integrity when you study that one at the ground and the way she gets out in motion. For me, there's a pair that I think are really close for me in my mind, and of those pair, there's one I think that gets it done just a bit better in terms of stoutness and feature. She's very opened up, but she maintains a load of a neck extension and certainly attractive to look at. That's going to be the young lady's doe in your middle class. She's going to be your division winner. We're going to come back and use your 20 to 24 for your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your yearling division champion, Cameron Shelton, and your yearling division reserve champion, Olivia Rosemeyer. Now entering the ring is class 12, percentage 2-year-old does, 24 to 36 months. Class 13, percentage age does, 36 months and over. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 13, percentage age does, 36 months and over. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. The GOAT office will close for releases at 6 o'clock p.m. tonight. The livestock office, the GOAT office will close for releases at 6 p.m. tonight. So if you need a release to leave the grounds with livestock, you have roughly 30 minutes.
Well, the young lady's 24 to 36 for me is one that wins the class. Again, she's certainly not the biggest in this particular class, but when you look at her, I think she's the most complete. She's extremely level in terms of her spine design. She's one that hits the ground true with lots of integrity, and I think she's one that carries just a notch more freshness here today, especially when you analyze that one in terms of muscle shape and design about her rear leg. The gentleman's bigger doe there in second certainly is larger in terms of her outline, but one that maybe doesn't carry together near as smooth in terms of her ties where she junctions everywhere, but one that's certainly to be commended for how much leg that one has in terms of scale, in terms of outline. The one in third is one that gets just a hair shorter from flank to flank, one that maybe wants to roll off just a little bit from hooks to pins, not near as level. In her hip design is the top pair of females, but one that's very good in terms of feet and leg design. She's very correct, especially off her front legs. She hits the ground very square. She's out on the corners. One I just would like to fix her in terms of her hip angulation that she comes here today with. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 12 first place, Katie McCulley. Second place, Eli Nicely. And third place, Dalton Lawyer.
Okay, I won't drink your drink.
Now entering the ring is Class 13 percentage age does, 36 months and over. Bring those first and second place class winners from Class 12 back to the makeup ring to show for senior division.
Well, the young lady's white-faced doe is one that I think is just plain good. I think you study her in every angle that you can study her from, and that one that just gets you more and more excited the longer you continue to look at her. She's extremely good in terms of head shape and design. She's opened up about her chest floor. You study her back, she's deep forerib, she's deep middled, and gets even deeper as you study that one as she migrates back to her rear flank. I think that one, in terms of giving you that three-dimensional wedge, is just the epitome of what we're striving to do in this mature doe class. You know, there's one that's obviously been out and been production, been able to come back and maintain an immense amount of youthfulness and freshness to her. Extremely good in terms of hip shape and design, a deep twisted. We can write a book how good that one is. We'll summarize it and say that one's pretty darn special. The gentleman's doe there in second is one, again, extremely deep-sided and matches my class winner in terms of how progressively deeper that one gets and becomes in terms of that profile of view. Maybe one that's not as long-sided, and maybe one that doesn't hit you with as much pop and wow when you study her in that rear 1/3 view. The young lady's doe there in third, one that has some natural depth of body, extremely soft and maternal in that rear flank, but truthfully, there's one that's carrying just a bit more body condition than what I feel comfortable looking at and moving her higher in the class. But when you study her in terms of naturalness, that one still has a lot of natural width and a lot of natural stoutness of foot and bone work. I just want to trim her up just a hair more in terms of body condition that she carries over that forerib. The extremely long spined, exotic looking female comes there in fourth, one that's incredibly long from flank to flank, one that maybe doesn't hit you with as much stoutness of feature in their lower 1/3 of her skeleton. You study her in that depth of twist, maybe not as deep, maybe not as powerful, but if we could have all of our females that long-bodied, I think that would certainly be a pretty cool thing to have. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class is one that, in terms of stoutness of feature, maybe a bit frailer in her design and her composition, one that comes to us with a lot of center body and expansion, but I would just like to correct her off both ends of her skeleton when you study her in terms of feet and leg and shoulder and hip design. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause, please.
Congratulations to your Class 13 first place, Bailey Brumfield. Second place, Eli Merle. Third place, Logan Holland. Fourth place, Eli Nicely. And fifth place, Avery Fisher. Now entering the ring is your senior division. Go ahead and be bringing those division champions and division reserves back to the makeup ring to show for overall grand percentage and overall reserve percentage. Bring those division champions and division reserves back to the makeup ring to show for overall grand percentage and overall reserve percentage.
Well, I think one of the more impressive senior drives I've had the opportunity to put together this year so far, and I think it all starts with your 36-plus class winner. That one, I think, is the leading female in this particular division. You know, I don't see one getting around her in this particular division, at least. That one's just extremely good. Hands down, that's going to be my division winner. As we move the second place across in contention for reserve division, I think there's one that matches her very well in terms of depth of body, in terms of stoutness of feature. You study her at the ground, you know, that one's just as functional and correct off of both ends, and I think logically that's the direction to go for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your senior division champion, Bailey Brumfield, and your senior division reserve, Eli Merle. Now entering the ring is Doe showing for overall grand percentage and reserve percentage.
You can bring multiple animals.
If you plan to show in the percentage bred known show, please be making your way to the makeup ring with your animal or animals and bring their registration papers with you. You may show more than one animal, but you must have registration papers with you. You may show more than one animal, but you must have registration papers with you.
As we bring all these back for the selection of your overall, your juniors, your yearlings, and your seniors, I think you've got an impressive lineup. When you look at this first line, I think you've got a junior that matches our yearling and a yearling that matches our senior. So I think you can see phenotypically there's a lot of similarity in this overall percentage lineup. And for me, there's one that I think you've probably heard me talk about her enough, how much I appreciate and how much I really enjoy looking at this particular female of the amount of quality and the amount of good that she brings in. And this is an incredibly tough percentage show, and of course I wouldn't expect anything less. This is the North American, but for me the senior doe is going to be your overall champion, and I think we're going to work back to our yearling division champion for your reserve. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
Congratulations to your overall grand percentage, you, Bailey Brumfield, and your overall reserve percentage, doe, Cameron Shelton. At the conclusion of this show, we'll need the grand champion and the reserve champion to bring their registration papers to the announcer's booth so we can record your information. Could someone with the grand champion please bring their registration papers to the announcer's booth along with the reserve champion? We will need the registration papers on the champion bred and owned and reserve champion bred and owned at the announcer station.
Which is this?
What a way to start off our full-blood show. The young lady brought us one I think is extremely good. At this age, you can start to see a lot of natural width to her. You study her in terms of head shape, and that one's extremely prominent in breed character, how much she displays. Again, I think a really exciting young female to start the full-blood show off with. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 20 winner, Logan Holland. Now in the ring, showing his Class 21 full-blood doe kids, 3 to 6 months. Class 22, full-blood doe kids, 6 to 9 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 22, full-blood doe kids, 6 to 9 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Well, the young lady's dark-headed doe is one I think in this class rather handily gets the job done. Impeccable in terms of head shape and breed character, especially on the top side of the bridge of her nose. She's one that comes to the ground extremely sound and functional, probably the most sound off of both ends of anything here in the class. She's stout-featured, she's deep-sided with an immense amount of depth of body that she carries all the way back that rear stifle. I think just a real complete all-around individual. The red-fronted female is one that's certainly very exotic and very easy to look at in terms of attractiveness. You study her, she's open up about her chest floor. She's extremely extended in her front 1/3 and has just a real perfect head shape in terms of depth of jaw, in terms of curvature and width, and from eye to eye. You know, that's one if we want her to get hypercritical and modify, I'd like to stouten her up just a hair more in terms of substance. I'd like her to hit the ground with a bit more authority in terms of foot and bone work, but that's one that's certainly real attractive and fundamentally sound enough for me. The red-shouldered doe is one that's a bit more intriguing, however. You study her, she pairs up better with my class winner, but when you start to analyze that one from her forearm and from her hock south, we start to run into some issues for me in my mind. You study her on her front right leg. She wants to get just a little more buck-kneed, meaning she wants to kind of carry that knee a bit more forward than what I'd like to see. And you set that one in motion, you study her travel away from you. She gets just a bit closer in terms of hocks, but one in terms of her body, she's long-sided. She's good in terms of head shape. I just want to get that one a little bit better in terms of what feet and legs she's got to work with. The young lady's dark-headed doe that rounds out the class is one, again, good in terms of stoutness about that lower jaw and that head shape. She gets just a bit more pedestrian and a bit more plain throughout. When you study her from that forerib back, I want to see a bit more muscle and a bit more expression as you study that one in terms of muscle pattern. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause, please.
In Class 22, we need Carson Knott, Thomas Gammons, and Victoria Gammons to please bring your Class 22 entries to the makeup ring. Carson Knott, Thomas Gammons, and Victoria Gammons, please bring your Class 22 entries to the makeup ring. Your class is getting ready to enter. Congratulations to the Class 21. First place, Michaela Morris. Second place, Cameron White. Third place, Michaela Morris. And fourth place, Francesca Ciano. Entering the ring now is Class 22, full-blood doe kids, 6 to 9 months.
Go ahead and keep the exhibitors in the middle and work with that to make our class. And we'll go ahead and excuse the ones on the rail. But as those exhibitors walk out, would you guys please do me a favor and give these guys a well-deserved round of applause, please, for bringing these animals into this class.
Katie McCauley, please be making your way to the makeup ring with your Class 23 entry. Katie McCauley, please be making your way to the makeup ring with your Class 23 entry.
Well, I apologize for taking a little extra time in this particular class, but I think, as you can see, the quality is all the way down to our 10th place exhibitor down there. That's how tough this class was, and I think we sent a lot of really good goats out on the first cut as well. I think that tells you exactly how tough this class is going to be, and I think the one that I elected to use as the class winner is one that I think, in the way she ties together in every transition, she's flawless, I feel. You know, you study her, she's extremely exotic, she's tight about that throat latch as you study her beneath that jaw. She transitions down to a really powerful wide chest floor, but the most important thing is that one carries a lot of width, but she's not skeletally speaking outside of herself. She maintains a lot of integrity in the way she handles that point of that elbow, and as you study her from hawk to hawk, there again, she maintains a lot of integrity of having a lot of base width, but not being outside of herself and being bandy-legged. There's one I think that gets the job done rather handily. The young lady's Kate Doe there in second, I think is extremely good in terms of stoutness and feature. She's long-necked. She's good in terms of head shape for me. I think she's just a nickel shorter in terms of length of spine to the young man's class winner. And I think that's the only thing that separates those two. And I imagine those two will probably duke it out a lot as they continue to go down in the show ring. Those two, I think, are extremely similar in the way they're put together. The one that comes in third is one that's extremely sleek and smooth and feminine and attractive. One that progressively gets bigger and more capacious as you study her from that navel back. But for me, as you compare her to the top two females, you study in terms of depth of that forerib. She's maybe not as deep-sided in that forerib as our top pair of females, but that one is, in terms of a silhouette, is just exotically designed and put together, and still maintains a lot of functionality and integrity in the way she handles her wheels. I just want to make her a little bit deeper at the lower portion of her forerib. The spotted doe that comes in next, one that certainly has a lot of center body dimension. She's open up in terms of her chest floor, but one that you start to evaluate and study her, I'd maybe like to correct her just a hair more in terms of how she manages those back two legs. If we can see her carry off a little bit more integrity when she gets out on the move, but one in terms of from her stifle forward, really well designed and extremely well put together female there nonetheless. The gentleman's doe that comes in is the most intriguing female for me in the class, one that just certainly demands your attention in terms of stoutness and how powered up that one is about her chest floor. She's really good in terms of head shape, but one that you start to evaluate her, and the longer she's out here, she maybe appears to be the most uncomfortable in terms of how she's out here and the way she holds her spine. At times she wants to roach up across her hip-loin junction, and one that maybe just wants to get a little too relaxed out here. I'd like to give her just a little bit more look and design in the way she's put together. If we can do that with that immense amount of body, that would just be wild what we'd be looking at that point. That's an extremely blown apart female, but there again, still maintaining a lot of structural integrity with that female nonetheless. The young man that follows has got one that's extremely stout in terms of feature. I love the foot and bone work. I love the center body. I love how deep-sided that one is. But with that much power, we start to sacrifice some femininity and some refinement in that particular female, especially about her neck extension. As you can see, she wants to carry just a little bit more wrinkles on the back side of that neck right before it ties in on top of that shoulder blade. If we can feminize and sleek that one up just a hair in terms of neck extension without sacrificing that body and that foot and bone work, there again, that's a female that will likely disrupt what we did up front and move her way up a couple spots. The young lady that comes in next with your blaze-faced female has got one that's got a lot of extension, but for me gets just a nickel more piecey as you start to evaluate that particular female. She's got some depth of body, and she's one that progressively gets deeper in terms of flank. I'd like to change her in the way she ties in from her shoulder blade to her spine, and I'd like to give her just a bit more expression in that rear leg, particularly that center portion for me, but one that nonetheless certainly has a lot of pieces that you can utilize in a program down the road. As we get down to the three animals that come in next, we get down to a trio of females that are very close in terms of type and kind, maybe a bit more moderate in their overall growth, some that we'd like to maybe lengthen out just a hair, maybe like to correct them about their sternum and the way they're designed. Let's give all these exhibitors a very well-deserved round of applause, please.
Congratulations to your Class 22 first place, Tanner Danke. Second place, Kendra Helgen. Third place, Bailey Brumfield. Fourth place, Victoria Gammons. Fifth place, Addison Sandy. Sixth place, Mason Cates. Seventh place, Cameron White. Eighth place, Carson Knott. Ninth place, Will Pointer. And 10th place, Kane Nuring. Now entering the ring is Class 23 full-blood doe kids, 9 to 12 months. We need those first and second place class winners from classes 20 to 22 to be making your way to the makeup ring to show for junior division.
There's like an essay portion on our application, and then it's like our basic info, our GPA, which is already on our resume.
But they were all from colleges here.
here again in this particular class, we're going to excuse the ones on the rail and we're going to keep the ones in the middle to make our class with. But again, if y'all will, do me one more favor and give these exhibitors that exit the ring a round of applause as they walk out, please. Thank you.
Can we have those first and second place class winners for the junior drive from 20 to 22, please? We need those first and second place class winners out of classes 20 to 22 to be in the makeup ring for the junior division, please.
Well, I think in this particular class there was probably a goat in here for everybody, depending on your type and kind and where you place your priorities. For me, I think the young lady's doe that wins the class is one that she certainly doesn't blow you away in any particular area, but you look at her in terms of feet and legs and structure that we've talked about all afternoon. She's one that falls in line with what we've been trying to maintain throughout evaluating these classes. That's one that comes to the ground square. She's one of the more wider tracking females from hawk to hawk. She maintains a lot of structural integrity about her top line. She's smooth in all of her junctions, and every junction she has to transition through. That's one that's just fundamentally sound and all around a pretty solid female. The young man's doe there in second is one that truthfully is a bit softer middled and carries a little bit more sweep to that underline that she exhibits, but one that if we can take a little bit more length of spine to her and match her with our class winner, I think without any trouble she would work up to be your class winner for me. I just want to make her a little bit longer spine than what she is here today. The young lady's red paint doe there in third is one that's certainly stout and powerful, but for me, I think she starts to get a bit coarser shouldered. When you start to evaluate that one and nitpick her apart, you start to see that shoulder, the point of that shoulder, and she's just a bit heavier chested. For me, I'd like to refine her just ever so slightly with keeping that middle rib and that expansion that she has throughout, but nonetheless, I think an extremely good made female. The one that comes in fourth is one that I absolutely love everything about her until you get to her hawks, and then she breaks your heart. That's one that's extremely good in terms of head shape, breed character, neck extension. She's open up about her chest floor. I love the amount of turn that she has to her rib. I love the type of turn she has to her rib. That's one that's extremely attractive to look at with carrying that maternal wedge, but when you get to those hawks, she just gets too close for me to be able to move her up any higher. If we can change that, shut the lights off, this deal's over with. That's going to be the class winner for me. But until we get those hawks, corrected, unfortunately, we can't work her up any higher. The one that comes in behind her is a bit frailer in terms of her overall stoutness that she's got. One I'd like to power her up in her lower 1/3, give her a bit more size and circumference about her foot and bone work, while still trying to maintain that attractiveness and that femininity. That's something that might come with age as she continues to mature. She might get fuller and more powerful about her in terms of her skeleton and overall muscle, but today she just kind of runs out of fuel for me, but one that still maintains a lot of structural integrity. The gentleman's doe that comes in next, one that I read to be a little bit more PC for me. She's maybe not as correct in terms of the way she handles her spine, the way it ties in behind that shoulder blade, but one that comes to you with an immense amount of natural power and muscle. I just want to make her a little bit better in terms of the way she carries that spine and it ties in behind that shoulder blade. The young lady's red paint doe is one that comes to you chock full of muscle, and I appreciate that about her, but one that gets a little bit flatter and plainer in that rear leg, and I think as you study her, she wants to funnel to the ground a little bit more in terms of the way she doesn't carry as much natural base width as she gets out and travels off those back two legs. We get down to the exhibitors, a trio of females down here. We get down to some that maybe get a bit lighter in terms of bone work, maybe lack some braid character, but nonetheless, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations to your Class 23 first place, Morgan Cates. Second place to Carson Knott. Third place to Audrey Pauling. Fourth place to Carson Knott. Fifth place to Katie McCulley. Sixth place to Remington York. Seventh place to Victoria Gammons. Eighth place to Bailey Brumfield. Ninth place to Eli Merrill. And 10th place to Colton Westfall. Now entering the ring is your junior champion division. Class 26, full-blood yearling does, 12 to 16 months. You need to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 26, full-blood yearling does, 12 to 16 months. You need to be making your way to the makeup ring.
Well, again, I think an extremely good and competitive junior division. There's one that, again, she checks all the mental boxes for me of all the things that mark my highest priorities of what we're out here trying to do. And for me, the 6 to 9, the gentleman in your green shirts holding your division champion, I think that's one we talked about in class. It's extremely smooth in every transition she undergoes. She's made right from front to back. You know, I think just a really good, solid individual. As we move our second place over for contention for your reserve division lineup, I think that's one that it matches her pretty close in terms of skeletal build and design. One that we talked about was maybe just a little bit shorter from flank to flank to our class winner, but I think when we try to maintain that that length of spine and pair one up for our division champion, I think the young lady's 9 to 12 class winner is going to be your reserve division for that reason. She's one that matches our division winner in terms of length of spine. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your junior division champion, Tanner Danke, and your reserve junior division champion, Morgan Cates. Entering the ring now is Class 26 full-blood yearling does, 12 to 16 months. Class 27 full-blood yearling does, 16 to 20 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 27 full-blood yearling does, 16 to 20 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Kendra Helgeson, you need to be making your way to the show ring with your Class 26 entry. Your class is entering the ring now. Kendra Helgeson, please be making your way to the show ring with your Class 26 entry. Your class is entering the ring now. Again, Class 27, full-blood yearling does, 16 to 20 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring.
I think an extremely competitive yearling class to start us off in this division. The young ladies holding your class winner, one that I think is certainly admirable from any angle you choose to study that particular female. I think she's impeccably proportional. You study her in terms of elevation off the ground. You study her in terms of length of side and evaluate her in terms of neck extension. I think that one is so well balanced that if you were to saw that one in the middle, I don't think she'd move. I think that's how proportionate and balanced that particular female is. The red-legged doe there in second, I think matches her just off of sheer power and body size alone. Maybe one that's not as attractive in terms of her overall outline. She gets just a hair shorter neck, but one that comes to us with an immense amount of power, extremely stout featured. I think quite the pair to end up there between first and second. The gentleman's paint doe there in the green shirt has got one that, again, I think extremely attractive. You love the head shape about her. You love the neck extension. You appreciate that one for that turn to the rib that she has. One I think that's put together real well. The other paint doe that comes in next that follows him, one that's got a lot of thickness and stoutness and depth of body to her. You start to evaluate that one. Maybe one that doesn't have quite as much true natural muscle in that rear leg. As you start to evaluate her and you put your hands on her, that's one that wants to give up just a bit more natural muscle in that lower stifle, to be more particular. The one that follows is one, again, that's very attractive in terms of type and kind of neck extension. Maybe one that's not as correct for me in terms of hip design. She wants to roll off just a hair between her hooks and her pins. If we can elevate her pin set ever so slightly and maybe level her out behind her shoulder blades just a smidgen. But there's one I think that's very good in terms of depth of body in that middle proportion. The one that comes in next is extremely thick and stout middle, long-bodied. She gets a bit shorter necked on us with all that power and that big body that she's working with. She starts to sacrifice some femininity. There's one, if we can elongate that neck just a hair more, I think for me she'll balance up just a bit better here this evening. The young lady that comes in next with the blonde-headed doe is one that is good in terms of being out on the corners, but she's one that wants to get just a nickel more frail in terms of her foundation of her foot and bone work. If we can stouten that one up and maybe have that one come to us with just a little bit more substance down lower in her lower skeleton. We get down to the female that follows her with the red front end, one that's a bit lower to the ground in terms of height. When you read that one about her cannon bone, she's not as long, so I think that one's going to be a bit more moderate in the long run. But when you get to study that one, she gets just a bit too hawky for me. I'd like to open her up in terms of her hawk. One, you certainly can't deny the length of spine and attractiveness she has. I just want to make her wider as she goes away from me. The other Cape doe that comes in and follows her is one that's very attractive. You got a good look on that one, but one that gets a little bit higher hip for me when you get that one parked. I'd like to level her out just a hair if I was able to do that on her. We get down to the two females that round out the class. We get to a pair that there again. They maybe want to narrow up at the ground just a little bit, or maybe want to get a bit more stiff and rigid off their back two legs when you set them in motion. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations to your Class 26 first place, Bailey Brumfield. Second place, Amber Schroeder. Third place, Cameron White. Fourth place, Olivia Rosemeyer. Fifth place, Cameron White. Sixth place, Thomas Gammons. Seventh place, Macy Elliott. Eighth place, Bailey Hanna. Ninth place, Kendra Helgsen. And 10th place, Addison Sandy. Entering the ring now is Class 27 full-blood yearling does, 16 to 20 months. Class 28 full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months. You need to be making your way to the makeup area. Class 28 full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months. You need to be lining up in the makeup area. Class 28 full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 28 full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 28, full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 28, full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Again, I think what the class of yearlings here, I think the pair of exhibitors up here have got quite the females they're holding on to, and I think the traditional doe up here, for me, you start to evaluate her, and I think she's just the more complete female. Is she the longest bodied female out here in the class? No, I'll be the first to grant that. But one, again, much like the class prior to this one, she's the most balanced and proportional female I think we have here. You study her in terms of breed character and head shape. She's one that's phenomenal in what she carries in terms of depth of jaw and width between horn to horn. You know, that's one I probably prefer her hind leg set and the positioning of the way she handles those rear two legs as compared to our doe in second. The one in second, I really love the body of that one in terms of how deep-sided that one is and how much spring of rib and how soft-middled that one is. I think for me to rival that class winner a bit harder, I'd like to give her just a notch more breed character, and I'd like to change the angulation of that rear hock for me, and I think if we were to do that, we might be able to correct the way she moves off of them. But that's still, I think, a dynamic female nonetheless. The young lady's paint doe that comes in third is one that's certainly striking from a profile view, one that's very good in terms of look, but you start to study that one and compare her to the top pair of females. She needs to be, for me, a bit deeper. I'd like to see a bit more of that wedge to her when you study her from that navel back, but that's one still nonetheless. I think if we were able to body her up here today, I think she could probably work her way up higher. The gentleman's doe there in fourth is one that's certainly thick and stout and very robust middled and very heavy muscled, but she she gets a bit more compact. For me, she gets a bit shorter neck, one that maybe wants to get a little bit less feminine or eye appealing. When she starts to pack on that much extra power and muscle, she starts to sacrifice some true extension and some femininity, but that's one still from a breeding standpoint I think a breeder can utilize tremendously. One that comes in next is one that's a bit different in terms of body type and kind, one that's explosive in terms of rear leg expression and muscle and shape, but one there again, she gets a bit common in terms of head shape as we evaluate that one a little bit more. And there again, I think if we could drop that rear flank just a hair, I think that would probably change some things for her. But one in terms of rib cage and design and how much flair that one comes to us here this evening in terms of that rear leg, a second to none for that young lady there. The one that comes in is very maternal and very broody looking, and I certainly appreciate those qualities and traits about that female. One, if we could change her, I'd like to give her just a little bit more angulation to that rear leg. I certainly wouldn't dare call her post-legged, but I would still like to give her just a notch more angulation and set to that rear hawk for that young man there. The black and white female that comes in next, again, is very opened up in terms of center body. You study her across her top. She's wide, she's opened up and expansive, but with that big body, she's starting to sacrifice some femininity in her front end. You start to analyze that female. I think if we could sleek and refine her up just a hair in terms of that neck extension, that'll certainly go a long way for me. Again, if y'all will, put your hands together for a tremendous class of yearlings these exhibitors brought us here this evening.
Congratulations to your Class 27, first place, Isaac Cruz Ridden. Second place, Clayton Newton. Third place, Piper Fisher. Fourth place, Piper Fisher. Fifth place, Ariana Lundgren. Sixth place, Colton Cobb Workman. Seventh place, Adeline Hefner. Eighth place, Lizzie Hefner. Ninth place, Parker Cowan. And 10th place, Audrey Poling. Entering the ring now is Class 28, full-blood yearling does, 20 to 24 months. We need those first and second place class winners from classes 26 through 27 to be making their way back to the makeup ring to show for division yearling, full-blood champion, and reserve champion. Again, first and second place class winners from classes 26 and 27, please be making your way back to the makeup ring to show for division yearling, full-blood champion, and reserve champion.
Well, I think when you evaluate this class and start to look at them in terms of hip shape and their skeletal mass and dimension, I think the young lady's paint dough is unrivaled in this particular class. You study her over her top. She's extremely wide from the base of that shoulder. She expands tremendously over that middle portion. And then when she settles to that hip shape, she's just extremely square and one of the biggest hipped females I've probably seen all year. You know, that's one that she meets all four to the ground like she needs to, one that balances out well enough for me. The traditional doe there in second, extremely thick and powerful, massive female, and I appreciate all that power and muscle that she's got. She's one, if I can correct her, just a little bit off her back two legs. We set those two females in motion, and she maybe doesn't travel and handle those back two legs with as much authority and correctness as the young lady's class winner. But again, I think a tremendous pair of females in your top end. The young man's doe there in third is one that I think, again, very stout featured. You study her about her foot and bone work. You study her about her lower jaw and her skull design. You know, that's one that's very good in that regard. You start to evaluate her. She's maybe not as long-bodied as the pair of females that stood ahead of her, but one in terms of breed character I think is unrivaled in this particular class of yearlings. The young lady's doe that comes in next, extremely round-ribbed and robust. I certainly appreciate that about her. For me, I'd like to change her in her top. I think you study her about her hip-loin junction. She wants to roach ever so slightly, and I think it translates through her hip design, and when you set that one in motion, she kind of wants to become a bit more short-strided and doesn't have near as much reach as what I'd like to see on that particular female. But again, in terms of rib cage design and extension, just impeccably designed. That young lady's got one that does that. The one that comes in next is, again, deep-sided. You appreciate that about her. A bit shorter in terms of length of body as the females that stood ahead of her. But again, a female that certainly brings a lot of pieces to the program. The gentleman's red doe is one that's really intriguing for me. I appreciate the neck design of that one, that arch that she has. I like the look of that one. For me, at this stage of the game, in this class of yearlings, I'd like to see her be a bit bigger. I want to have more outline to that female, but one that's certainly exotic and extremely intriguing in her skeletal design. I just think she gets outsized here today, and I'd really like to see a bit more of her to utilize her higher in the placing today. The traditional doe that comes in next is one that's very wide-chested and deep-sided. I appreciate that maternal wedge that she has, but when you start to analyze that female a bit closer, she's one that wants to get a nickel straighter off her back two legs. I'd like to give her just a notch more angulation to please me here this evening. The red doe that comes in is one there again. You appreciate a lot of the fundamentals about that female, but one that maybe gets a bit more plain in terms of muscle shape as you start to compare her to the females that stood ahead of her. The young lady's doe that comes in next is extremely long-sided, one of the longest hipped females in the class, but one I think is just a bit empty here today as you start to analyze her in terms of her overall fullness about her center body and that rear flank. I think if we can fill her out just a hair more, she's got the skeletal dimension and size. I think we just got to put more fuel in the tank on that particular female to be able to compare her a little bit higher. All in all, I think a tremendous set of yearlings. Congratulations to all of you.
And I'm like, where are they at today?
Congratulations to your Class 28, first place, Macy Elliott. Second place, Amber Schroeder. Third place, Thomas Gammons. Fourth place, Cameron White. Fifth place, Natalie Scholl. Sixth place, Dalton Lawyer. Seventh place, Lizzie Hefner. Eighth place, Caden Helgson. Ninth place, Katie McCulley. And 10th place, Adeline Hefner. Entering the ring now are does showing for Division Yearling Full Blood Champion and Reserve.
From what I was told today.
Class 31, full blood, two-year-old does, 24 to 36 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 31, full blood, two-year-old does, 24 to 36 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring.
Well, those of you who are inside, put your hands together for a tremendous set of yearlings that these exhibitors brought to you here this afternoon and evening. I think when you start to look at these 6 individuals, I think there's a tremendous amount of quality out here. But I think for me, the race falls between your 3 class winners here. And I think of the 3, there's a pair that I think pair up just a nickel better for me in my mind. There's one I think that's a clear-cut winner in this particular division, one that hit me extremely hard for the way she's built and the way she's constructed and about her skeleton and how much muscle that one puts together. We're going to follow her up with one that we talked about in class, how opened up that one was up high about her upper portion of her skeleton, and one that comes to the ground extremely well. We're going to use your 12 to 16 as your division champion and come back and use your 20 to 24 as your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your division yearling full-blood champion, Bailey Brumfield, and reserve was to Macy Elliott.
Who was the champion?
Bailey Brumfield.
In the ring now, class 31, full-blood 2-year-old does, 24 to 36 months. Class 32, full-blood aged does, 36 months and over. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 32, full-blood aged does, 36 months and over. Please be making your way to the makeup ring immediately.
I think an excellent way to start our senior division off. The young ladies' traditional doe is one that, phenotypically speaking, fits that pattern that I've been selecting all the afternoon. You know, that's one that's extremely stout-featured. She's tremendously long spine. She's smooth in all of her junctions. The outline that one gives you, I think, is just flawless. I really appreciate that female in a lot of ways. The spotted doe that comes in second is one that matches my class winner in terms of how much center body and her rib design. One that comes to us with enough neck extension, and one that's certainly sound at the ground. The young ladies holding the one there in third, your class winner. There's a female that obviously has recently been in more production than the top pair of females, and I think she's to be commended for that. You know, there's a female that obviously is a bit more raw in terms of her overall condition here today, but it's pretty evident that one's been working really recently by looking at her udder development, and that's one that's still fundamentally extremely sound in terms of her structural integrity. I think if she came here today with just a little bit more pounds to her, I think most certainly she'll be able to rival her way up a few spots. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Class 31 first place, Adeline Horn. Second place, Jacob Wickard. And third place, Avery Fisher.
3, 2, 1, huh?
Entering the ring now is Class 32. Class 32, full-blood aged does, 36 months and over. We need the first and second place out of Class 31 to line up in the makeup ring to show for senior division. First and second place out of Class 31 to line up in the makeup ring to show for senior division full blood. And go ahead and be bringing all those other full-blood division champions and reserves back to the makeup ring to show for overall full-blood grand and reserve. Go ahead and be bringing all those full-blood division grand and reserve back to the makeup ring to show for overall full-blood grand and reserve.
Well, the young lady's red knee doe is the class winner for me. I think one in terms of length of side just excels the female there in second. And I think nothing to take away from the doe in second. That's a bang-up individual, I think, that's got a tremendous amount of quality about her. I think you look at these top pair of females, and you've got one, I think, that just comes to us the nickel more length of the body here today. Maybe has just a little bit more width as you study her in terms of her natural skeleton. But I think an outstanding pair of females that I certainly look forward to having them back out for the division drive.
Congratulations to your Class 32 first place, Amber Schroeder, and second place to Piper Fisher. Now entering the ring is doe showing for senior division full-blood champion and reserve. Let's go ahead and be bringing back all those other full-blood divisions, grand and reserve does to be showing for overall full-blood grand and reserve. All full-blood divisions, grand and reserves, please be making your way up to the makeup ring to line up for overall full-blood grand and reserve.
I want to start off by giving the four of you out here a compliment. This is one of the toughest senior division drives that I've had the opportunity to work through. I think it's just comes down to splitting hairs. I think these four females are that good, and there's that much similarity between the four of these. But for me, there's one that I think just excels in terms of sheer mass and stoutness of feature. You study her. One I think is undeniable in terms of her depth of body and that feminine wedge, and I appreciate that soft maternal look that she gives you, especially in her underline about that sweep. That's going to be her 24 to 36. She's going to be her division champion, and we're going to follow her up with the 36 plus. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your senior division full-blood champion, Adeline Horn, and reserve to Amber Schroeder. Now in the ring, showing for overall full-blood, grand, and reserve does. At the completion of showing for overall full-blood, grand, and reserve doe, we'll show for overall full-blood, bred and owned, grand, and reserve, and then we'll take a slight 5-minute break.
Well, my hat's off to you guys as exhibitors and breeders. This is one of the more impressive full-blood lineups that I've been able to work through and put together, and I think there's an immense amount of quality, and I think each of these 6 deserve a little bit of time to talk about them, so I'll briefly work my way through these. You talk about your pair of junior females. The young man's holding one that I elected to use as your division champion as one. I think in terms of ground fundamentals, she's square to the ground like she needs to be. She tracks true. She's opened up and migrates with a tremendous amount of width from that center body back for a female that age. I think she does it just right. She's not too deep to the point of becoming wasty or too broody at that early of an age. I think she's just right in the way she's put together and the construction that one's made from. The one for reserve is one that's very good in terms of feet and legs as well. One that maybe wasn't quite as flashy as you started to compare her in that division champion drive, but one nonetheless in terms of breed character and head shape, one that's extremely admirable. Your pair of yearlings, we used one that we talked about how balanced that female was, extremely proportional in every regard. You test that female on, she's opened up tremendously in terms of length, in terms of width from knee to knee and from hawk to hawk. That one, it's impeccable in terms of head shape and curvature about her head and horn set. She transitions back to just a tremendously wide top line. Extremely expansive as you start to analyze that female from her shoulder blade back to her pin set, one that doesn't narrow up or deviate at all. The young lady's paint doe there for reserve yearling was one that truthfully, she's a little bit longer body, but one that maybe isn't quite as correct in terms of hip design. You study her, she's maybe not as smooth and as level from hooks to pins, but one again in terms of width of hip, impeccable. I just wanted to level her up ever so slightly in her pin set if we can elevate her tail head ever so slightly, but I think a tremendous set of yearlings again. And we talked about that senior drive. That's an impeccable drive again. We used one that was extremely stout made, deep-sided, had loads of femininity about her. You appreciate the feminine wedge that one gives you. She gives you that soft maternal look, and that one right there, I think, to me, just screams as a buck producer. That one's extremely stout-featured, but yet maintains enough femininity and refinement. One for reserve, the red-kneed female is one that's extremely long-sided, very long from hooks to pins. Just a gorgeous female that's made right again, much like the other 5 out here with her in this division, this overall lineup. For me, there's one I think that pretty well flips the switch for me. That's going to be your junior doe. I think that's a tremendous female that I think is going to have a tremendous future as she goes and leaves from here. For reserve, we move our junior reserve and bring her in contention for this reserve overall lineup. But for me, I think there's one that just gets it done a little bit better in comparison to our overall, and that's going to be the young lady's yearling for your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your overall full-blood Grand Doe, Tanner Danke, and your overall full-blood Reserve Doe, Bailey Brumfield. We're getting ready to show for Bred owned full-blood doe. You can exhibit as many as you would like, but you must bring registration papers with you to the makeup ring. So go ahead and be making your way up here to the makeup ring with those animals, please. Congratulations to your full-blood doe bred and owned champion, Bailey Brumfield, and reserve was to Clayton Newton.
The lady there was like, that's the name of that table.
We need Class 39 full-blood buck kids, 0 to 3 months, to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 39 full-blood buck kids, 0 to 3 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 41 full-blood buck kids, 6 to 9 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 40. Class 41 full-blood buck kids, 6 to 9 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 41 full-blood buck kids, 6 to 9 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Along with Class 39 full-blood buck kids, 0 to 3 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Entering the ring now is Class 39 full-blood buck kids, 0 to 3 months. Class 41 full-blood buck kids, 6 to 9 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 41 full-blood buck kids, 6 to 9 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Just a single entry here. The young man brought us, and he certainly brought us a good one to start our buck show off this evening. One that's good in terms of feet and legs. He's got some ruggedness and masculinity that he's starting to exhibit about his head and his skull. Let's give this gentleman a big round of applause, please.
Entering the ring now is full-blood buck kids, 6 to 9 months. Class 42 full-blood buck kids, 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 42, full blood buck kids, 9 to 12 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring. If you were in class 41, full blood buck kids, 6 to 9 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Your class has gone into the show ring. Clayton Newton and Cameron White, we need your class 41 entries in the show ring immediately. Your class has entered the ring. Clayton Newton and Cameron White, we need your class 41 entries in the show ring immediately. Class 42, full blood buck kids, 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring immediately. Class 42, full blood buck kids, 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring immediately.
I think the young lady's paint buck is the most opened up, and he's the stoutest at the ground. You know, that's one that's incredibly rugged and masculine. You study him about his head shape, his lower jaw. I really appreciate the width between his horns. That guy right there is a future stud buck in the making. As you read him phenotypically, he's opened up on the upper portion of his rib cage, and one that gets really expansive in his middle portion as well and carries it back to a wide hawk set there, and you study him from a rear view. The young lady's buck there in second is one that he too, I think you appreciate the masculinity and stoutness that he has. He's maybe not as muscled out as our class winner, maybe not as expansive in terms of his center portion, about his forerib, but one I think is really good in terms of hawk to hawk and knee to knee and the way he meets the ground. The dark-headed buck there in third is one that I think is really intriguing. I appreciate that depth of twist that he has. I like him for his depth of body. If I could change him, I'd like to stouten up his lower jaw just a hair and maybe fix him in terms of his hip design. He wants to get a little bit steeper from hooks to pins for me, but one I think you really have to admire him in terms of that center rib cage, that neck extension, how much muscle he's got. I just like to change those two things about him. The one that comes in next, again, I think really stout. You look at him in terms of his horn base, I think that's going to be an incredibly thick and rugged individual as he continues to mature. But today he gets a little bit shallower bodied and a bit more parallel about his lines when you compare him to the top three bucks here in this class. The gentleman's blonde-headed buck that follows, one of your bigger, larger outline bucks in the class, one that you appreciate the breed character and how good he is in terms of his front legs, but where we start to draw issue with him is I'd like to correct him off his back two legs. He wants to get just a nickel hockey for me. I'd like to open him up and square him up and make him just a nickel more truer in the way he handles those rear two legs. The young lady's buck that comes in next is one that I really like how much muscle that one's got. There again, he gives you a good look from the side. Where I'd like to change him is I want to give him just a nickel more foot and bonework circumference. I want to stouten him up at the ground and give him just a bit thicker, deeper lower jaw while we're there at the same time. The young lady's spotted buck that comes in is one that maybe gets just a nickel outpowered here today with some of these bucks. Maybe he comes in with a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of age in this class. But one is you read him and you look at him, he's fundamentally sound and he's good in terms of feet and legs. But today, he's maybe not as open up about his rib cage and maybe not as full and as big as some of these other bucks. I think that's something that might be able to come with time as he continues to grow in this class. As we get deeper into this class, we get to some bucks that shallow up, maybe ones that don't balance out quite right for me, and maybe some things we'd like to change them in terms of their feet and legs. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations to your Class 41 full-blood buck kids. First place went to Carson Knott. Second place, Cameron White. Third place, Clayton Newton. Fourth place, Peyton Miller. Fifth place, Colton Westfall. Sixth place, Macy Elliott. Seventh place, Boston Stapleton. Eighth place, Eli Merrill. Ninth place, Carson Knott. And 10th place, Cable Knotts. Entering the ring now is Class 42 full-blood buck kids, 9 to 12 months. We need the first and second places from Class 39 and 41 to be making their way to the makeup ring to show for Junior Full-Blood Division Buck. First and second places from Classes 39 and 41 be making your way to the makeup ring to show for Junior Full-Blood Division Buck. Class 45 full-blood yearling bucks, 12 to 16 months. Class 46 full-blood yearling bucks, 16 to 20 months. And Class 47 full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Again, Class 45, 46, and 47, please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Well, the young lady's traditional buck here is one I think I think when you start to analyze and critique that particular individual, he's the most fault-free of the bucks out here. You analyze him, he's lawn from hooks to pins, he's lawn-bodied, he's opened up. One that comes to the ground fundamentally very sound. I think one that just blends together, as I said earlier, with the least amount of change that I'd like to make on him. The young man's red buck is one that I really admire. The breed character and how much stoutness and ruggedness he has about his head and his horn shape. I appreciate the curvature and how wide he is from horn to horn. You know, he's one that maybe if we could change him, I want to give him just a nickel more bone. If we can make him a little bit heavier in terms of his foundation, I think he'd be able to balance up just a nickel better for me, especially with how long-bodied and the depth of body that guy is. But again, I think a really top pair of bucks in your top first and second. The young lady's paint buck there in third is one that, again, he's deep twisted. I appreciate the look of that one. If I could change him, I want to stouten his lower jaw. He gets a little bit weaker in his lower jaw for me. If we can stouten him up and give him just a nickel more masculinity, I think we'd be able to work him up a spot here today. The buck that comes in next is one that certainly in terms of poundage, your heaviest buck likely in the class. Where I'd like to change him is I want to fix him about his head and his horn set. He gets a bit plainer, a bit narrower faced, and he gets a bit tighter in his horn set on the top side of that neck. I'd like to pick those horns up a little bit so they're not rubbing on the back side of his neck. But one in terms of body, I think is adequate in terms of depth of body and look and design. I just want to change him and give him a bit more breed character. The young lady's buck that comes in next is one that's certainly smooth and flashy from the side and blends together very well. For me, I just want to give him a lot more expansion. I want to fill him out a little bit more, and I want to see him walk away from me a bit wider than what he does here this evening. The buck that comes in next is one that's certainly very stout in terms of his foot and bone work. He's thick and rugged about his head and his horn design. He gets just a bit shorter bodied and a bit plainer about his forerib for me. And again, the young lady's buck is similar in terms of having that breed character and that stoutness. For me, I'd like to give him as well a little bit more rib shape about that forerib and maybe fix him about his hip design. He wants to get a little bit steeper from hooks to pins. The black buck that rounds out the class is one that gets a bit more plainer in terms of his muscle pattern here today, a bit flatter rib, but one certainly you can't deny the amount of breed character and depth of jaw that that particular individual has. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations to Class 42. First place went to Cannon Wilhoit. Second place to Thomas Gammons. Third place to Ashley Poling. Fourth place to Jordan Jelinke. Fifth place to Katie McCulley. Sixth place to Adeline Horn. Seventh place to Avery Fisher. And eighth place to Annabelle Kitchens. We're now ready to show for Junior Full Blood Division Bucks. We need Class 45 full-blood yearling bucks, 12 to 16 months. Class 46 full-blood yearling bucks, 16 to 20 months. And Class 47 full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months to be making your way to the makeup ring. Again, Class 45, 46, and 47, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Now in the ring is our Junior Full-Blood Buck division.
Well, as we bring these junior bucks out for the selection of your division champion and reserve, I think there's a pair that I think resemble each other extremely well in terms of phenotype. I think there's a pair that maintain a lot of structural integrity in terms of their spine and the way they transition from their shoulder, and that's going to be your pair of middle bucks from your paint buck and the young lady in the pink shirt. That's going to be your division champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your junior full-blood division champ, Carson Knott, and reserve to Cameron White. Now in the ring is Class 45 full-blood yearling bucks, 12 to 16 months. We need Class 46 full-blood yearling bucks, 16 to 20 months, and Class 47 full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months to be in the makeup ring. Again, Class 46 and 7, please be in the makeup ring.
Just a single entry here in this class, but the young man brought us one, I think, that's certainly thick and stout, and he's opened up. You appreciate him for the depth of forerib that he carries, the length of his spine. Look forward to having him back out for the division drive.
Now entering the ring is Class 46 full-blood yearling bucks, 16 to 20 months. Class 47 full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months should be in the makeup ring. Class 47, you should be in the makeup ring.
Again, another single entry here, but one again I think is really good in terms of his outline and the silhouette he gives you. He meets square to the ground. There's one that's got some breed character and some stoutness, that lower jaw, one that's got an immense amount of masculinity to him. Here again, look forward to having him back out for the division drive.
Congratulations to your Class 46, first place, Cade Sanders. Now entering the ring is Class 47 full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months. So there will be no senior division, so after following the yearling division of full-blood bucks, we will go directly into the overall show for champion and reserve champion full-blood bucks. Again, there will be no senior division for full-blood bucks. Following the yearling division champion drive, we will go directly into the overall full-blood champion and reserve champion drive for full-blood bucks.
Well, I elected to use the traditionally colored buck as the class winner. I think there's one that's just a stud right there. In terms of the amount of length and extension that particular individual has, I think he's got the epitome of the breed character and the curvature about the bridge of the nose, the curvature about that horn shape of what we're all striving to put on these animals, particularly these bucks. I think just a really cool individual to analyze. And the gentleman's paint buck is one that, there again, he's got an impeccable amount of breed character as you analyze him and his head shape and his horn shape and design. Maybe one that doesn't have quite as much depth of body in that rear flank and maybe not as long, but one that's certainly just as deep in terms of that forerib as our class winner. He just wants to shallow up as he migrates back. Let's give these two exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations to your Class 47, first place, Piper Fisher. Second place to Bo Robertson. Now entering the ring is your Yearling Division full-blood bucks. Go ahead and be bringing all those champion and reserve champion division full-blood bucks back to the makeup ring to show for overall. Please be bringing all those champion and reserve champion full-blood division bucks back to the makeup ring to be showing for overall.
Well, for me, there's a pair of bucks that crank it out together, and I think put a lot of similarities. For me, the young lady from your last class is holding your division champion from your 20 to 24, and we're going to follow her up with your buck in the middle, your single entry. He'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your yearly division full-blood bucks champion, Piper Fisher, and reserve, Cade Sanders. Now entering the ring is overall full-blood bucks drive.
Well, this is going to conclude my my time on the mic as we start to wrap up this buck show here for the day. And I just want to say thanks to the North American for having me back out again. It's been a treat, and it's certainly a humbling offer when you get invited to come up here and work through this this stock show. And the quality has been tremendous, just like it was a couple of years ago when I was here. As we get out here for your overall buck lineup, I think there's a lot of good and quality in each four of these individuals. And I think from a breeder's perspective and standpoint, there's a lot of good in each and every one of these that somebody can go home and utilize and certainly send their program in the right direction. For me, I think there's in my mind at least, there's a pretty easy way to go for this drive. One that I think in terms of size, I think in terms of extension, has a clear-cut advantage. For reserve, we're going to use one that's incredibly thick and stout and opened up in his skeleton, low and up high. He's good in terms of his breed character. I think, an exciting individual. And again, put your hands together for these 4 exhibitors. Showing these bucks certainly isn't a breeze, and they've done a tremendous job here all evening. That being said, your yearling buck is going to be your overall. We're going to use your paint buck, your junior as your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your overall full-blood buck champion, Piper Fisher, and reserve, Carson Knott. We are now ready to show for full-blood bred and owned bucks. You can exhibit as many bucks as you would like to, but you must bring your registration papers to the show ring with you. At this time, we would like to announce the Junior Premier Exhibitor. Your champion Junior Premier Exhibitor for the JAGBA show goes to Piper Fisher. If she could please come to the show ring, Piper Fisher. Congratulations to your champion full-blood buck, bred and owned, goes to Piper Fisher, and reserve to Cade Sanders. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today's 2022 JAGBA show. We will resume tomorrow with opens in the morning